How are we doing today? Yo. All right. Hanging in there. Doing all right. Uh, labor data this morning continues to look stronger than expected. ADP's down like month over month. Jobless claims are up like a fraction. Um, unit labor costs are up. Productivity is down. We have S&P manufacturing PMI in 15 minutes and ISM PMI in 30. ISM's important. Harker's speaking again about his what's his new buzzword? A skip in the federal monetary strategy, which is, it's kind of counterintuitive to what all the other Fed presidents are saying, but we'll see how that goes. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted on the Discord. Yeah, but I think that's about it for today. Gamma positioning looks relatively even across the board. So I don't expect much from that. ES didn't really show any significant signs of improvement, but we're overnight, but we're kind of still trading at that 1.25 standard deviation. And away we go. Ding ding. My kink is acronyms. Keep going. Transportation recession? Hmm? I'm confused as the time frame for potential new treasury issuing if the bill passes in a timely fashion. Can you give a little insight into that? Yeah. So the extraordinary measures that we use need to be covered first. I think those are running a little shy of $200 billion. Those will be, front loaded into any auctions occurring uh, in probably in the next. Well, let's see if they pass it by tomorrow. So the next 3 to 4 trading days, and then in the auctions that are occurring beyond that, we can and those auctions actually we can expect the Treasury to begin to increase their deposit with the Federal Reserve, which is about another $1 trillion in securities that need to be issued. So we're looking at like 1.1 to 1.2 trillion in securities issued by the Treasury over the next oh probably like 3 to 4 weeks. Treasury sold off, or future sold off pretty hard at open, heading right for the 4183 resistance or 4180. I think it's pretty close to where our overnight bounce was, but still some distance to the low of yesterday. Does not appear to be any overnight gap now. Let me see how VIX is faring. So VIX actually pulled down at open. That might just be like repositioning. And then 0 DTEs. Fuck. There we go. All right, yeah, it looks like put side gamma is increasing, call side gamma is falling off. We see interest coming in at 41.75, 41.70, 41.65, 41.55, 41.50, and then 40, 35, and 30. I think we should start to stabilize here around 41.75. I think that's kind of the, well, it's a peak for the gamma this morning. Okay, it's starting to look pretty awful. Right. Uh, the short term, I may get a better entry. Cancel this for now. I think I'll wait for this to bounce a little. It looks like there's going to be a little bit of profit taking here. Maybe not a lot, though. Momentum's pretty high. Risky. I like these candles. I do too. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a pullback. Start buying now. So tiny bounce. I don't know how long this is gonna last. It looks pretty short-lived. The momentum's definitely favoring the put side here. Maybe ES back to like 41.85 or 41.90, which gives us a few dollars of range to the upside. Okay, VIX declining a bit. 1738. Let's see. So in the money, some call interest at 41.50 and 41.70.75. So the downside is a little contested. Under 41.70 to 41.50 though. So like that $10 range, $20 range. Not a lot of support on the call side. Yeah, in the money. Tesla going down. Yeah. Pinpoint accuracy on the support. Thanks. Thoughts on DVN price? Could it go lower? Yeah. Oil's price has been tanking for a few days. I do think we're nearing like lows for oil, but it could drag a little lower. I mean, I would say there's probably potential to hit like 67 or 65 a barrel, which would drag DVN down a little further. What are your thoughts on Big Lots? It's been absolutely destroyed. I can't imagine it going much lower. I could imagine them going out of business. I don't think now is a great time to be buying retailers. Margin contractions, I mean, over the next like 6 months are going to hurt them quite a lot. That's the bullwhip, right? It extends from like manufacturing and then onto the consumer side, and now it's very much on the consumer side. It says T5 on Nvidia, last day of earnings fallout. Tomorrow's T5? Is today T5? Hold on. Let me double check. Today might be T5. I can't remember. Today is, well, yeah, today is. Uh or no, today's T4. T5 is Friday. So tomorrow's the last day of the earnings fallout. Why the drop? Isn't the vote passing short-term bullish? No. I mean, it's really not, right? The reaction to it could have been, but I mean, based on last night's futures price action, I would say all the expectations for it to be passed were already priced in as much as they were going to be, right? I mean, there was almost no reaction in futures at all. Couple green candles, which immediately died out. So if this ask, why is VIX down so much? Well, the debt ceiling's resolved, so any risk that was being priced in around that, like event risk, is is now over, right? But we can see it rise on the fact that the market's going down. Do you have any opinion on PEP? Um, no, not particularly. I know the price of it's been dropping a lot after its insane rally. Its dividend was issued today, or today's its ex-dividend date. So I would expect there's more downside potential over the next couple days after today, right? Generally, the dividends met with a little bit of a sell-off, either going into or right after. So you know, I'd probably be looking at like forming a support around like 175 over the next couple weeks. It's not really a stock I'm particularly interested in, but I know it did have a big crazy run recently. My current exposure to the beverage industry was Coke. I had like 500 shares of Coke, not KO Coke. Um, but I closed those on Monday, so I've had bear calls at 4170. Jesus Christ. US S&P manufacturing PMI final 48.4, forecast 48.5, previous 48.5. Okay, so still a little contraction. Have you formed an opinion on GME earnings next week? Seems like the only thing that can get this stock below 20 is a market downturn or bad earnings. Thoughts? I mean, they're starting to get some liquidity back, so don't underestimate their ability to short. Um, I agree that a market downturn would obviously exacerbate that. As far as earnings go, positive EPS, possible but not probable. Uh, Cash flow positive is probable, and a revenue beat is highly unlikely. Any updated thoughts on Netflix? I mean, Monday I sold some more bear call spreads on it. It's not kicking my ass, but it's scary still. It hasn't really broken down significantly. Or Tuesday, I guess. We had a holiday this week, right? Tuesday. I haven't bought any puts with the credit yet, just in case I have to buy calls to protect the upside. Um, which it's pretty close to. I mean, my spreads are 405, 405, 420. So yeah, I mean, above like 401, I'd probably be hedging them. All right. Downside momentum here. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, looking pretty good for a downside move here. Yep. Pretty much across the board. So let's see where we're headed. Could be 4165. 4160 put is increasing. So is the 4155 put. 4165.55 are about tied, but there's a pretty big stack of put gamma right across all $15 there. They're all relatively equivalent. As they get closer in the money, obviously that'll increase. So definitely putting a drag on futures hedging. And we're testing the 4180 resistance now. That looks like fall 2 or below 4170 on ES. Dollar's down today, by the way. Any downside to Apple in the near future? Fuck, I don't know. You really want to short Apple? And bear spreads aren't probably very bad on it because you can just kind of harvest theta. Like Apple doesn't have a ton of upside potential from here. But it's Apple, so it's I don't really know if like betting on a big move down is smart. Of all the defensive tech stocks, right? Why is Nvidia not going up? I bought at 415 before it goes to 500. Maybe tomorrow. There might be a little price improvement today. Today's the last morning for T+3, although I feel like maybe we've already realized anything that was going to come off of that. Tomorrow's T5. Tomorrow has some potential to the upside. In IBKR, if your account goes negative, had monthly payments this morning and dropped to -1, got a liquidation warning, sold a put, so now I'm fine. I assume they won't liquidate more for me. No, as long as your balance remains positive, you should be fine. I mean, you can contact them if you want, you know, confirmation of that. I probably would, just in case. Because they'll give you the information you need to manage your margin. But yeah, I mean, you should be fine. Google looking like a nice short opportunity. I just sold all my shares, so I hope so. SPX Greeks you posted have a 531 date. Is that a typo or the Greeks old? They're from yesterday. They're always from the night before. So they're after market close 531. What do you got, Dork? This looks bearish as fuck, man. Ooh. Thank you so much. If I couldn't crash my computer before, I definitely can now. Thanks. I have June 16, 175 bear spreads. Okay. June 16 puts down 5 to 10% since closed yesterday, and SPX down. This sounds about right. Well, VIX lost some of its upside there. But, you know, if we actually start to fall into this negative gamma, I feel like VIX is going to pick back up. Futures is still kind of selling into the 4180 resistance, so I think that's where we're gonna primarily be looking for our breakdown. Maybe about 10 more minutes till we get a bigger push. Mm. 4160. I had a dream there was a pickle jar meetup and we're deep frying incredibly large pigeons for dinner. I think they were pigeon whales. We don't do that to, well, we do that to former pigeon whales. Maybe. Thank you, Q Ballin. Or ball Q ball brand. Do you still have the calls from your straddle? I closed them in the pre-market today. Because futures kept failing to break up. So it seemed like a bad idea to hold on to them. Oh, I saw Google instead of covered calls. I'm curious when it's better to sell an underlying instead of CCs, like your GME position, just lower yields. I actually just want the money for something else. But my position was up a decent amount. It seemed like a good time to take profits. Um, I've been carrying it for a few months. It went up enough to cover my cost on buying back my covered calls the last time I sold them. So, um, yeah, I was getting out with about a 32 price improvement per share. So, and I'm really not interested in owning it over the next couple months. And I definitely don't want to have the like in the money CC risk right now. Because if I'm selling CCs in the money, I'd probably be selling them at like 115 or 110, right? And then if it drops or there's, a severe correction, right? Then you're going to be underwater, which sucks. Can you look at DG? Yeah, I can. Fuck, even the pores are broke. They had earnings this morning. Looks like they didn't do too hot. Strong business. Should be pretty decent in a recession. As far as what price you're gonna get on it, I mean, it's pretty fucking cheap right now. It could go lower. I mean, it hit like 135 back in back during the COVID crash. But I mean, I can think of like fewer retailers that would do better during a recession. So could be a good opportunity to pick up some shares. It definitely can go a little lower though. Pump incoming on what? Oh, on SPX? I don't think so. We've got ISM almost like right now. The first building and the first colony on the moon will be a Dollar General. They're like the herpes of human civilization. Fair. Okay, so ISM's in. Let's see what that looks like. Manufacturing PMI down. Manufacturing employment up. But yeah, PMI 46.9 versus the prior 47.1. And it looks like analysts were forecasting expansion in the manufacturing sector that was failed to be realized. But manufacturing employment is beating. Dow dropping. It's I mean it's not bullish, right? It's a miss. ISM is a miss. $2 minutes? We'll see. I mean, calls. It looks like calls are repositioning here a little bit. Big beat on construction spending. Yeah, construction spending's up. Manufacturing prices are down. But so are new orders by a lot. The upside range is still about 4,200. Hmm. And the money put interest is increasing at 41.90.95, so still defending the downside. Some out of the money puts stopped out. But out of the money calls also, or in the money calls closing as well. So like 41.70.65 taking profits, 41.75 taking some profits too. This is probably pretty close to its top here. It's kind of ridiculous. Do bulls know how to read? And probably more of an excuse to get out of straddles and strangles, right? Any opinion on BTC price action in the coming weeks? Not really. I guess less currency fears now, so maybe it'll experience some downside. I haven't really looked at the chart in a while. Let me take a look. And kind of looks like the upside range is about 26,988. It's in a pretty well defined bear flag right now. Unless there's like more bank failures or something. You pick up zero GTE puts yet? I have a few. All right, so out of the money calls starting to sell off. Some in the money calls selling off. Puts picking up at 47, 41.75, 41.70, 41.65, and 41.45. Longer dated gamma. Ooh. Looks like the gamma flip points at about 41, like fast gamma is at about 41.7250. 41.65, 41.75 are still pretty stacked to the downside. There's quite a lot of put resistance to the upside above 41.85. And there's some call gamma at 4200, 4210, but we're still pretty far away from it, so I would say the only chance of reaching it is probably a continued pump in futures, which is currently at resistance. SPX gap above around 41.90 from yesterday. Here? This one? Yeah, and I know about it. Hmm. Upstart? What's Upstart doing? It looks like it's just coming right back down again. Dragged up with the bots pump. I mean, AMD pumped, or NVIDIA pumped pretty hard there. The pumps from bots are kind of insane, actually. Like C3 AI and NVIDIA for the last few days have been really pressuring bots a lot. JFresh is being all bullish in the Discord. Can you get the spray bottle back out? I don't know what he's saying. It's a gap from this morning. Well, why doesn't that show up on WeBull? Interesting. Chances for a classic GME short before earnings? I mean, they've got a little bit of liquidity. They could try. Probably not going to happen unless the market drops. I learned a options lesson today. Cost of a contract is affected heavily by implied volatility. Yeah. Options strat said if it went to 32 this AM at 4x value, worth 1/3 the value now. Fuck my life. Yep, that's what happens when you buy options before earnings. IV crushes. 5 to 10 minutes till downs might have been a bit off. That's when the ISM report was. Why are you heavier than usual in puts? Oh, I think this is still gonna fail. Demand and prices cooling while employment remains strong. That's the bull's wet dream. Is it though? I don't think there's actually a gap there. Like if there was, we filled it, but I don't think there was one. Well, maybe. Not all the way though. Or at least the gap I see on TradingView didn't fill all the way. Oil price is manipulated by the rights holders, like most commodities, but because of the Ukraine war, there's downward pressure. I think we're closing in on a few countries' actual cost base. Maybe. I mean, I expect oil prices will get pumped by somebody. But nobody likes oil below 70 a barrel. The gap on TradingView is not filled. It's off by like five cents, I think. So like the low is 41.90.88, and the high here is 41.90.65. So it didn't quite fill. Well, the gap on TradingView didn't quite fill all the way. No, I sold my call hedge this morning in the pre-market. I sold some June 16 300 cc's on GME, and their value has gone up quite a bit since. Okay. I wanted to pull them back before earnings in case we see another PM jump. That makes sense. Given the R2K move, is it risky holding? I mean, you're not only are you above Gamma Max, you're pretty far above Gamma Max. My biggest concern there would be that you've sold them at an IV low, while IV has the potential to increase, right? You think it's enough to get SPX below 4,000? It may be. I mean, 4,000's still pretty far away. Maybe that the combination of like that Fed rate hike and SLD. More positioning will have to come in to the downside, but there is a decent amount of positioning at like 40-50. There's still a lot of sold puts at 4,000 though. All right, so it looks like some profit taking on the straddles there. Puts coming back in again. Out of the money calls above 4,200 and above, selling off. Looks like calls closing at 41.90, 41.95. 41.75 is the last really strong call support. So that's where we'd be looking for a breakdown. The next low on the trend puts us around like 41.66. And ES looks like it's continuing to sell off. Maybe back to like that 4180 resistance. VIX. I need to watch VIX here. Sorry. Okay, VIX is climbing back up. I declare today an up day. That didn't age well. SLD starts June 14th. Yes, I believe so. I think we top it yesterday? We did top 4166 yesterday. And then bounced, but still tested it. There's like an upper trend here and a lower trend here. Sorry, one sec. More data? I don't think we have anything more coming up for a couple hours. Then we have natural gas and EIA shit. 11:30 we have the 8 and 4 week auctions. Then we have the 15 and 30-year mortgage rates at 12, and then Harker speaking at 1. Do you think we finally see some meaningful downs today? Only if we break below like 4150. I declare bankruptcy. Michael Scott. Quad witching on the 16th. Yep. If you extend those lines all the way till end of day right now, at least 4100. Still not a big fan of these pumps. They're selling puts on them, which isn't a good sign. Thankfully, they have a lot of like negative gamma to combat. Although maybe now they don't. Yeah, still some. At least on the 0 GT side. 4175. Yeah, 4175, 4165 are still pretty strong. Put call ratio is pretty split, favoring the put side, but not a ton. Can you move VIX to 1100? No. I wish. Oh. Does that mean it will bounce there? I mean, it's just the top of like a intraday trend. I don't think it's all that important. It might go back further. I'd have to look. I guess it goes back from Tuesday's high. Yeah, I mean, we still need to break 41.75 to the downside for confirmation. ES is rejecting a little lower here, but it also found support at 41.85 instead of 41.80, so mixed. Still mixed. There's a struggle. When the market crashed in the past during OPEX, how did that look like? Was there a repeating pattern, like T plus 2 upside, the down, or something like that? I don't know. Why don't you go look? I only care about VIX in terms of market put profitability, but it's starting to feel like a wag the dog situation, and I can't help but wonder how many algos are running purely off of VIX levels. Probably some. If the SPY 5 continue to beat low earnings bar, will that just prop all the indices despite margin compression everywhere else? Well, they've all raised the bar by increasing forward guidance, right? How the fuck could anyone push up here? Because they have calls at 4,200 that expire tomorrow. Are 0DT straddles good for these uncertain periods? Yes. Yes, they can be. The only problem with them is if you kind of trade flat. SPX is not around anywhere near historic highs. Given the overabundant liquidity, can't they just cancel or indefinitely prevent any market crash or downturn? No? If everyone's selling, no one entity is going to have the liquidity to prop everything up. We're not even at 52-week highs. We aren't at 1-week highs. We have rising consolidation here. If the theory is correct and the big players are trying to sell the top, beginning a major correction, wouldn't we have seen it by now? No. I'm also not sure we'll see anything like that until the next rate decision or tech earnings. I mean, well, we have a rate decision coming up in 2 weeks. But we're also going to have, the Treasury perform quantitative tightening over those 2 weeks. That's going to stoke fear. So, closer. Baby steps. Any idea how many of your viewers have quit their day job to trade full time? No, I've never really asked. Do you expect shorting on GME before earnings as usual? Maybe. I mean, they have a little bit of liquidity over the last couple days, but not a ton. And the money call profit taking. Okay, so the 41.75 strike calls are taking a little more profit. 90.85 still pretty stable. There's also puts to the upside. Like gamma's negative at 41, like 41.95, 41.90. NQ. Let's see. NQ kind of looks like a Head and Shoulders here. Well, if it breaks down at this level, it does. That was a big futures buy. There's a 4,200 test. Puts. Well, it still puts at 41.95, 41.90. About to sell some more 28s on Upstart. Sell, buyback, sell, buyback. The income is real. When do you see a pushback down to 17? Next, like, 2 months? I don't know if we're going to 1750, but under 20 next 2 months. Zero DT is coming in 4,200, 4,205, 4,210. Gamma neutral 41.96.98. Hmm. Is that the gap? Uh, 5 minute. Friendly reminder to drink coffee, water, and stretch walk. Thanks, Carl. MQ, Russell, Dow's flat. All the gamma benefits the call side right now. Yeah, above 41.95 is not good. Fucking zero DTE pumps. Strike me down. Hmm. That's interesting. What's up, Pterodactyl? How you doing, man? Trying to stay away from trading for a long time. I lost 250k trying to trade. Just back to my cover calls. I bought some 4170 0 DT, 4175, got called away, stop jumped, now down 20k. How fucking many did you buy? Also, why are you using stop limits on 0 DTs? Never mind. You think your 0 DTs are making you money today? Find out. Megaphone? Yeah. There's a lot of realized volatility over, well, the course of today. Double bottom. Oh. And what time are the auctions? 11? 11:30. Oil's moving up. 1 second. Well, I wish I hadn't sold the call side of my straddle this morning. It's kind of weird that this isn't filling the gap. But it just could be because it's like moving towards 11 and volume's dying down. Call interest is just increasing, so either futures sell here or they don't. They're at resistance. You say we're not in a bull market. Well, can you tell these bears to stop buying so much shit? Bull markets aren't defined by bouncing from 4180 to 4200, man. So this company I work for now has 5 different espresso machines, and all I do is fuck around in Excel all day. That's pretty awesome. My 4,721 puts fucked? You mean the ones that expire in a month and a half? Probably not. You can roll them out if you want to. Moving to the 5-minute. I'm just on the 5-minute chart because I can't see the gap on the 1 minute. And if this fails here, that's pretty important. Mm. Bottom of the gap is 420104. Excel has linear regression, so it's AI. So Carl's AI? Or only when he's using Excel? On the 30-minute chart, looks like an aggressive double bottom was put in over the last few trading days. This could mean a test of 422 on SPY. Okay. So my calls at the bottom and my puts at the top. Am I doing this right? Amazing. Yeah, it's the 5-minute chart. Hmm. Out of the money call interest is starting to fall off a little. Need a lot more capitulation than that. Support at 4190 still, but that's negative. Okay, those are both still negative. It doesn't look bullish at all. Fucking dead center between all the call interest and all the put interest. Carl's an AI researcher. If we fail here, that's 100% chance my 4160p goes in the money, right? No. Predictions for the 30-year mortgage rate. I'm hoping it's 6.9 for juvenile reasons. That'd be really high. It seems like an excessively large move, no? Maybe not. That'll be like back to like, that'd be back higher than March of last year. Are we witnessing an epic fight between bulls and bears? It doesn't really seem that epic. We're just dead center in between the like long and short interest on the options chain for SPX. Like above 4,200, it gets very, very bullish. Below 41.95, it gets bearish again. Well, the debt ceiling's not fully resolved yet. Hitting credit crunch in the housing market because the only people buying homes these days are cash buyers. Yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of people buying homes are cash buyers. Hmm. Dead center with VIX down near 16 from over 20 a week ago. It must be fun being an options MM these days. FYI, I did some digging on GM for NVIDIA and it's 450 now. Oh, thanks, JFresh. Treasury stating that selling 3 and 6 month T bills depends on the debt ceiling resolution. Wait, so no auction if there's no resolution? If they don't have an auction today, do they have enough money for the end of day? Don't you hee at me. I don't know, that's why it's fun. When's the soonest the bill passes the Senate? Are Upstart puts pricey right now? I don't actually know. I haven't looked at the skew. A little bit. The IV's not crazy, so. Hmm. A shitload of volume this morning. And SL, like the combination of SLD, the TGA refilling, the FOMC meeting, and quad-riching does not sound very bullish. I think they tend to finish voting after market hours. Don't worry, guys. We know how to manage our finances. Schumer said they won't convene until it does. Okay. 15 minutes interesting. Although not great for 0 DTs. I keep watching VIX. The Senate's floor schedule only has waivers and modifications of federal student loans on today's schedule. Hmm. Any feeling on how this breaks? It's highly uncertain. So no? A failure here would be a drop below like 41.90. The flattest of flats that's ever flatted. It's pretty shitty. I'm surprised we're not seeing more shift in the options interest. It seems like waiting on news. I guess we're seeing like 41, 42.10 and 42.20 drop. But like 4200, oh 05, and 15 are staying stable. Look at the longer term positioning. There's still a shitload of calls propping up Upstart at 25. Jesus Christ. 4210 Gamma's insane. Gamma flip point 4177.50. And then 4150 is the like biggest downside strike. Is this just a massive straddle at 4200? No, I don't think so. $41.75 put interest. Like maybe there's some strangling involved there. A little downside would be great. A little anything would be interesting. Fuck me. Straddle the market until they want to dump it. We'll see. This is usually the kind of pump that arrives later in the day. No, yes. Yeah, usually we see this start happening much later in the day when calls are cheaper. But we opened below gamma neutral, so calls were already a little cheaper this morning. Their ability to crush VIX in the face of potential financial crisis is both impressive and feels suggestive of a spring being compressed super hard in case there is a default Volmageddon. Yeah, a default here would be. I don't think we're seeing one. It's really unlikely, but it's kind of interesting that the Treasury can't proceed with auctions unless the debt ceiling bill's passed today. Although I kind of want to check on that news. There it is. Now it filled. So resistance here should be 42.10. $42.05.69 top. That seems arbitrary. That's just like your opinion, man. Yeah, Dixie's dropping. Down 50 BPS. 6-month is rising. Everything else is down. T-bills are up again. Oil's up. 200 BPS. Out of the money calls are still coming in. Hmm. Conservatively, when do you think we next see 3,900? How many BPS is that? Why are you even asking me about 3,900? It's 750 basis points away. Look at buying more Julys. I mean, if you're buying 3,900s for Julys, it's just like a Vega play, right? Same question as LOA, but 4,100. We can see 4,100 through like SLD in the Fed meeting. No 4,100 next week. I mean, that'll depend on the Treasury, right? The TGA is going to be refilling over the end, well, maybe the end of this week and into next. Downside looking good for today. There's still a lot of puts. Yesterday, the price action reversed back into them around the, well, into the midday. Although we didn't pump this early yesterday, so we'll see. There's a lot of calls out of the money right now though. Like and you know, above 4,200, they're favored. So unless we slip back below gamma neutral here, we're not in a great position for more downside. Puts get cheaper. And I think like the upside momentum's dying, but it looked like it was dead before, and then it pumped again and filled the gap. So all right, ES resistance at 42.10. A small rejection, but not a lot of momentum. Pump, pump, pump. Yeah, but those are all descending volume. What was the fucking point of that? Greetings from Cancun. Read the DD in the AM, bought a SPY call, sold it for 113% profit. Spot on price range, thanks to the insight. We'll never have downside unless we break 4100 on 4180 on ES by a lot. Yeah, it's probably not untrue. 4180 has been a pretty solid support for the last couple days. I think like 4170 is more important right now, but Jesus fucking Christ. There's the downside entry, but no downside. These are usually kind of unreliable. The fact that they're hiding volatility and propping the market up on zero GTEs is in no way bullish. This is trying to enact a soft landing. It's successful so far. Today's auction's only the 4 and 8 week. I know. But I don't think they can. I'm still trying to find information on this, but Treasury says further bill auctions depend on raising debt limit. June 1st, Department Thursday announced 15 billion in one-day cash management bills on June 2nd and said it tentatively plans to sell 13 and 26-week bills on June 5th, but added that the latter sales depend on whether Congress will pass legislation to raise the debt ceiling by then. The Treasury said it will sell 15 billion in one-day CMBS on June 2nd, so that's tomorrow, which will settle on June 5th. It also tentatively plans to sell 65 billion in 13-week bills and 58 billion in 26-week bills on June 5th to settle on June 8th. The 13 and 26-week announcements are conditional on enactment of the debt limit suspension because the Treasury forecasts insufficient headroom under the current debt limit to issue securities in these amounts on June 8th. It added that it may postpone these auctions if Congress does not pass legislation to raise the debt limit by the time of the planned sale on June 5th. Okay. So that's a little clearer. Let me know when we break 4190. If we break 4190. Averaging down isn't working today. No. VIX is dropping. Like a lot. The call side's also losing profitability. So call side profitability has remained moderately flat across the day. Well, on calls bought in the prior days. So most of these calls were bought when VIX was higher, so they're not super profitable right now. Zero DTs bought today are profitable. VIX has been under 20 for 3 months. It was above 20 on May 24th. which was last week, last Wednesday. What are you talking about? More calls or puts coming in? Not a lot coming in at all. Some 4235 calls and 4255 calls closed. Just out of the money shit. It's not really relevant. And they could just be like sold calls too. The puts aren't closing, but they don't have any leverage at this price. 4210 interest is still ridiculously high. Jesus Christ, Jimmy's tanking. Fucking no volume. Has Upstart become less predictable, or have I lost the thread? If NASDAQ and NVIDIA go up, Upstart's going to move up, and it's got call support at 25. So you can sell covered calls in the upper range and then keep buying them back, or you can buy long-dated puts, but don't do it when IV's elevated. You can buy calls, but there's not a lot of range. You think we hit 4210 and then turn around? There's not really any volume. There's no volume to push it up. There's no volume driving it down. There's just not a lot going on. Like some puts are trickling in, and some calls are trickling in. Some puts are selling off. These large volume candles on GME, just liquidity grabs. They're not very large volume. And this is like 32,000. GME liquidity is kind of not moving a lot on the intraday. On the 4 hour, it's expanding still. VIX at 1593. There has to be somewhat of a pullback at some point today, right? I mean, no. There doesn't. That doesn't mean there won't be one, but there definitely doesn't have to be one. There's no more news. The pump is supported. I mean, at least at like 4,200, 4,205. So unless futures sells off, there's no momentum. And there's no momentum up either, but there's no momentum down. We've got the 8-week auction down to 5.22 and the 4-week auction down to 5.13 from 5.75. So both auctions moved lower. And then we have the 15 and 30 year, and then whatever fucking Hawker says after his bullshit pause talk yesterday. I'd imagine it's gonna continue to be dovish. 170 Tesla for end of June. Too far out of the money now. Good time to reposition. I don't think they're too far out of the money. I have a few of them, I think. I hate having midday meetings. I closed my calls out because I couldn't watch them and I didn't want them to go negative. I closed my calls out this morning because we got rejected super fucking hard. Is Harker bought and paid for? I don't think so. It's just insane. 100 BPS moves on 0 DTE calls. Yeah, and there's very little predicting them, right? They just fucking flood in. And like all the negative like gamma in the world didn't matter. Harker's gonna get such good JPM fees for speeches in 2025. Did we see where they rolled the collar yesterday? Why don't bears do something once under GN? I mean, they did. There was a shitload of puts on the chain earlier today. It's a butthole party? Ship it. Because it looks like it's still just pushing up. Hmm. There's a JPM color in the room with us right now. No, it rolled yesterday. So we're not near, as far as I know, we're not near any other colors. It should have rolled 5% from spot. So VIX down, sold puts, bought calls within a roughly 1 month window. No, most of the calls are 0 DTs. The sold puts aren't. The real frustration here is that every goddamn Fed president can say hawkish shit, and the market doesn't give a fuck. One asshole says a single dovish thing, and the market moves. It's easier to take advantage of the upside sentiment right now than the downside. No more meaningful downside today. I mean, that's not necessarily. There's just no volume right now. So we're like at the upside resistance. We're kind of at where the peak of gamma is for right now. Um and then static, right? No, and you need the momentum to move one way or the other. Like volume on futures has just been flat, right? From like back here, besides this like one pump, it's just been pretty flat. Roughly the same volume every candle. And this is low, right? This is over five. These are 5 minute candles, and they're all like 16,000 volume. All right. All right. I bought calls. We're gonna go down now. I mean, I kind of hope so. But I've gotta do something about the potential for more upside here. QQQ still looks like it's gonna break up. Yeah, it still looks kind of bullish. Why are people obsessed with VIX? It could easily go to 10, 12 without any problem. Last time VIX hit 15, it turned to 40. Those people are idiots. Wait, what? I don't think anyone's obsessed with VIX. I mean, it's just an indicator, right? Sorry to bother. Should I take losses on Palantir shorts? My average is 13.95. I'll get margin called if it reaches 15.35 or 40. Or should I wait maybe? Chance of a dump there. I mean, you're very close. If the market moves up today, I'm like, what's the next resistance is at 1650. So if the market moves up, you could get called. That seems like a huge move from where it's at right now. But I mean, 16 or 1540 is not very far. You got 2.5%, not even. And the market definitely looks like it could break up here. There's enough call interest. It's up to you. Can't you hedge the upside? I mean, there's no TGA liquidity removal yet. The TGA, like the debt ceiling bill is only passed Congress. It hasn't been. It's not through the Senate. It hasn't been signed by the president yet. Can you give a quick TED Talk summary on what happens when Yellen gets her money and rips liquidity out of the market? Well, it's gonna disincentivize continued purchasing of equities, but I don't know if that's gonna stop like zero DTE call buying. It should. Big liquidity drawdowns would be dangerous for anyone trying to trade zero DTEs, right? Especially if people are going to start shedding equities and moving into bonds. That presents like a lot of risk for anybody trying to trade zero DTEs, at least to the upside. 42, 15, 20, and 25 calls increasing. I guess I could just hold those because they're good till tomorrow. I can average them down. The cost basis sucks. There's resistance on ES here. I mean, the next resistance, if this breaks up on ES, is 42.38, which is pretty close to our like Tuesday high. And it's testing 42.20 right now. More 0 DTEs coming in. VIX increasing. Check out SPY June 420 put. What about it? Are you gonna wait till Monday to average down your 4150 June 16s? Yeah, probably. I don't know. It depends on how high we move today. If we move up to like 42.25 or 42.30 today, then I'll probably average them down today. What's your gut saying about the market's behavior leading into a pullback? 50-50 with these pumps. I don't know how long they're going to persist for. I can't imagine them continuing to do this when liquidity dries up, because, you know, the last few times we've had big drawdowns in liquidity, we've had like 200, 300 basis point drops, and none of those pullbacks in liquidity were anything compared to like the treasury issuance that's coming up, right? Give me 1 second. Check out Spy June 420p. It's cheap as fuck. Is it? Which June? 16s? That's not that cheap. Huh. It's probably about to get a lot cheaper. Oh. Selling puts is becoming less advantageous. Oh no, my puts are out of the money now. What price are your puts at? 420. Yeah. Buying puts isn't all that advantageous either. I mean, it depends. I had puts this morning that did great, right? I had puts yesterday that did great. It's just the timing. And, trying to predict massive fucking VIX dumps over like 30 minutes, which is not easy. My puts printed this morning. The problem is I sold the call off too early. Yeah, I sold the call off in the pre-market. I'm aware. It wouldn't have been up a ton right now because they were just at 4,200, but it would have been better. June 15s are 15% cheaper for one day. But what's the spread like? Okay, so futures is breaking up above 4120. I'm trying to. If futures breaks 4120, this thing's gonna rip. Yeah, that just looks. You say you sold your call hedge off too early, but you can always get another call hedge. They're still for sale. I don't do that out of principle. Could this push-up be to force JPM to roll their call higher? Their calls rolled yesterday. The Fund 3 call expired, like those all expired yesterday. Upstart broke 30. like briefly, or it's holding? I know my cover calls. Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, there's still not covering. There's still no covering going on Upstart. So, I mean, I'd imagine that this is just in line with like Nvidia and everything else pumping. Yeah, bots is just rocketing right now. Nvidia's still got about at least $5 more of range on it. Even C3 AI is pumping after their dog shit earnings. So yeah. Okay, so it got rejected before 405. 4215. And the money call interest is coming in? Yeah, there's no fucking downside today. That damn bullshit. Future sellers still largely non-existent. It's noon now. Yeah, still holding above 4220. The fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, so I might lose internet sometime in like the next 30 minutes. Fair warning. Hotspot on my phone? I don't think I can stream off of it. I don't know. They're doing some sort of work like out on the fire escape. And they said they've got to move some cables around, and they're not sure if any of them are important for my apartment. Maybe we could just do Discord with a phone hotspot? Maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to stream charts or anything, though. You have a warning? Can you pretend to be upset and walk away? I mean, hopefully it doesn't look like the wires go into my apartment, but the guy's not really sure. Tell them to fuck off. Trading is more important than their silly maintenance. Oh, we'll see. I've got 150 4225 calls right now that uh I would very much like to see go in the money before they cut my power off or whatever the fuck they're doing. Maybe it's my fiber cable? Oh, Jesus. They got to give more notice than a couple minutes. Do they? I mean, I can trade on my phone if my power goes out, but it's not ideal. You can sue? Yay, Gherkin is sued again. I think the wires go. Well, I think the wires go into her apartment. At least I hope they do. Throw pepper, ground cayenne pepper, or pocket sand. Why would I have pocket sand just readily available to throw at guys just doing their jobs? Do you just switch between apps? I mean, I only have SPX calls, well, zero DTE calls and two accounts right now, so it's not that hard. SPX pushing up to 4225 now. Still at the, well, or ES, sorry. We're still like just at resistance here though. So I think if this breaks above, we test the like the 1.75 again. But we'll see if it breaks. Fuck. Hmm. That's kind of concerning. Is there an upside gap anywhere in here? No. Volume's still consolidating on ES. There's so many 4225s now. Yeah, there's a shitload of them. Was shorting GME? I don't know. Maybe a little bit there on the where you see the volume tick up. I think mostly just selling calls. I don't think there's a lot of shorting going on. Can you point me in the right direction to learn about the process of an ETF being replaced, i.e., SPY being replaced by NVIDIA 500? I mean, they're all zero DTEs again, so it's not like they're sustainable. It's just more bullshit. Say the day the call buyers get wrecked. This is insane. Or wild. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of fucking calls. They're definitely going to try to make more money on him, right? VIX at 1584. There's some put interest increasing. Hmm. Well, this is the chance for it to turn around, but it doesn't look particularly promising. $42.30, 35, $42.25, $42.20, 42.05. Call interest is still going up overall. Some of the out of the money ones are selling off on the chop here, but in the money calls are coming in. Dork, are you looking at like the accumulation of this fucking gamma? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think they're fucking sold, man. Net gamma 6.63. Yeah. This must be banks or some shit. This is so much money. It's a lot of money. They fucking really want something on the upside here. I mean, we still have sold calls at 42.40, 42.45. So I mean, it's not that much room. Oh fuck, that's SPY. Yeah. 42.20 and 42.25 volume are getting crazy. 31 million, 31, yeah, 3.1 billion gamma at 42.25. 1.2 billion gamma. Your boy has $30 in a dream. 42.45. Here we come. Gotta offset put losses from today. Yeah, same boat. Alright. ES looks like it caught the upside bid here at 42.25. It doesn't look like there's a lot of sellers at 42.30, so 42.35 and higher look pretty good. Hold on, I need to look at the skew here, because at some point here we're going to start seeing sold calls come in. So sold calls at 42.45, 42.50, 55, and 60 on the 7/21 expiration, and then 42.30, 35, and 40 on the 6/16 expiration. Are they trying to squeeze those out? Actually, it's every strike between 42.30 and 42.45 for 6/16. And then 42.45 and 42.65 there. I think there's also sold calls. Yeah, I think there's also sold calls at like 41.95 through 42.15. I don't think those are puts. Small rejection there. 42.20 is about to go in the money. Okay, so a little bit of profit taking in the money calls. Little profit taking on out of the money calls on the jump up there too. But does this just continue up? They're getting expensive. Okay, so all right, more 42.25s and 20s coming in again. So I don't think they're done. Just more leverage on the dip. I don't know, based on the sold calls, unless these squeeze them out, I would say that like 42.30 to 42.40 is like where the upside potential of this is, which would put us right about at the like 1.5 or 1.75 standard, like the next weighted VWAP resistance. Harker speaks at 1. Okay. NECX 7. Yeah. I picked up a 190 Tesla put for June 16th. Do you think it's enough theta? Let's see, 190 for June 16. Very close to the weekend. Maybe. Like it could. I don't know if it'll have enough time to get in the money. I guess if you hold it through SLD, that'll really depend on what happens next week. Or if this whole fucking pump just collapses again. Upstart's putting calls in the money. I just joined. Is this the debt ceiling pump? No, I don't think so. And the debt ceiling's not passed. Not yet. It's been fun. It ain't been real fun. I'm tired of fighting these assholes. Bring on the bull market. Who's with me? Don't lie. All right. Well, Watkins says we're in a bull market, so Black Monday. Is this ever gonna get some fucking volume or what? Fucking 2 hours of upside consolidation. I think the bill's passed this week, right? I think Senate today, probably President by tomorrow morning. If not also today. I'd be interested to see if the OI changes for long dated SPX puts tomorrow. Well, they're cheap as fuck right now. Biden should be signing almost immediately after. Hmm. 30-year mortgage, 6.79. Is that flat? No. Up. Okay. What the 15-year move to? Oh, 15-year went above 6%. No one seems to give a shit, but I think some covered calls closing at 30 and some long calls going in the money, but they're not very far dated. Both of its like sector ETFs are pumping like crazy today though. I've got to I gotta sell some more covered calls on Upstart today. If I can sell them at 30 in the money, that's pretty awesome, I think. Worst case, I could buy them back in a couple days. 31.41. Hmm. A little bit more in the money profit taking there. 4200, 4205, 4210. 4215, 4220, and 4225 aren't really budging though. Oh. Oh fuck, I got stopped out? God damn it. Lame. Alright, I still have these. I'm gonna buy, well, I'm not gonna buy more, but I'm gonna move my stop back a little bit on the rest of the 4225s I have. Hmm. See, what happens here and like what kills these runs, right? These pumps is that VIX drops so low that it's no longer advantageous to keep selling puts, right? And once VIX hits those levels, like the leverage on the zero DTEs just falls off a cliff, right? And then these pumps come like crashing back down, VIX spikes, and then they start selling puts again. And so it's, you know, they have kind of limited range, and I don't know, you know, what metric they're basing the put selling off of, but you know, when VIX hits like it really depends on the levels we're trading at, but when VIX hits, you know, its bottom, they just stop selling puts, and then that means they also stop buying calls, right? And all the calls are very short dated. They're always like 0 or at most 1 DTE, right? And so they don't have a lot of like staying power, and that's why when we fall off so fast. What VIX price would that be? I mean, right here it's like 1575, right? Like we see like the put selling decline, right? As and then once we've seen the bottom of the put selling, then the momentum starts to shift. And the strategy is extremely vulnerable to downside. Yeah, but extremely good at reversing downside. Which we saw this morning, right? Like we were buried in negative gamma this morning. Um and puts were coming in, not quick, but they were coming in, right? And you know, they get that negative gamma market maker hedge where they start buying into the upside, right? And they just pump the ever loving fuck out of everything. Hey Greg, I bought 5 Upstart calls today, sold for 60% profit. Thanks for all you do. Nice, man. Congratulations. The short puts and long calls get blown up if someone decides they don't want 150,000 futures contracts anymore. I mean, it's not, you don't even need 150,000, right? You get like a couple blocks of 5,000 contracts, and SPX moves down like 50 BPS in 4 candles. It's actually fucking crazy. The persistent selling kills the whole thing and flips momentum. Well, you also have call selling here, right? So once those call premiums get jacked up, then we start to see call selling, like more and more call selling happen. Speaking of which, I need to offset more losses today. I'm probably going to open some bear spreads. $42.40. 42.40, 42.60. That's 50 cents credit. All right, I'm stopped out of all the 42.25s now. That wasn't bad. That was like 130, 150%. So I need to sell. Is that spread too wide? I can just sell more contracts, right? Or maybe I just sell them for tomorrow? So, fuck. Yeah, but the debt ceiling shit's gonna be tonight, right? $42.40, $42.50, $42.45 for tomorrow. It's 120 credit. Monday, it's 150. Fuck. Today's 17. $17,500 margin. All right. Let's see if it bounces here a little. Could do 30. That's $50 credit. 35.50. 70 cents. If the theorized treasury shorts is correct, what happens to them after Yellen refills her coffers? There should be a brief opportunity to get out. Really brief. Are you worried about Deere coming out with their own excavator? Why? I don't have any cat. It's not like I own it. What happens if you sell a CSP on the VIX since it has no share? Oh, it's cash settled. All index options are cash settled. So if you sell a CSP on it, right? Like say you sell a $15 put right now, and it falls to $14.50, you'll owe 50 cents a share. Overnight straddles, just in case it's too brief. Man, I really don't want to fucking buy straddles with the price this high. I really hope this pulls back into the rest of the day. At least back to 4,200. I don't want to buy any fucking. The last time I bought 4,220 straddles, I got fucked for like 7 consecutive days on the call side. No, I don't have a share position in cap. I think at one point I had a few shares back when it was running, but I closed those. Palantir guy get blown up or what? I don't know. Did he? Doesn't look like it. Looks like he fucking came in 10 cents almost. But yeah, 10 cents below his margin call, or 7 cents below his margin call. I think he said he was short at like 13.95 too, so he's not even that far out of the money. Fucking Europeans need to get access to options so you can sell spreads and you don't have to go like CFD short on shit and get fucked over by the spread on your by your broker. CFDs are a goddamn scam. What's your price for cutting lily puts? I feel like it's starting to bounce from 420. I mean everything's up today, so I would expect Lily to be up also. It's pretty index exposed. Yeah, it looks like it's retesting that like 40.35 resistance. Let's see if it rejects. I mean, if the market rejects here, Lily will come back down too. Usually its downside moves are pretty quick. Its upside moves are kind of slower. Is this MOASS? No. This is another stupid fucking pump. I hope it's just like a 1-day one and not a 2-day one. How about a couple hour one? That'd be even better. I don't know. We need a like Dork said earlier. You need a big future sell off to start shifting the momentum. And sometimes we get those, right? Like sometimes we hit that upper limit and the futures just fucking blow everyone up, but we don't always get those. And then we drift into close and sell off overnight and the market maker deleverages the next morning, right? This has been going on for several weeks now. The only problem with them is it's almost impossible to see like the pump setting up, right? Like the initial part where they like start loading calls is it's not easy to predict. They start loading them first like out of the money, right? And so they don't really affect gamma very much. And then they buy asinine amounts of them at the money all at once, which causes like huge volume on futures. I should have stuck to my rule today about keeping the long side of my straddle open, but I didn't. Thankfully, I made some of that back on the 0 DTEs, but or the like the 42.25s, not the put 0 DTEs. How about IBKR Euro? They offer 24-hour trades now, but it looks like CFDs. I didn't take it. Yeah, fuck CFDs. When a stock does a 25-to-1 reverse split, the shares get recalled after the reverse split or usually before? Usually before. I mean, if they announce it. They don't have to announce reverse splits. So sometimes they're a surprise. Fuck, what was that one play where we played the reverse split on it? I don't remember, but there was no warning, right? They just reverse split at market open. Um, when that happens, then shorts can get fucked pretty hard. Uh, Cosm, yeah. But if they announce like the reverse split in advance and there's plenty of like prep time, then generally speaking, you don't get a lot of price action out of it. At least not positive price action. Palantir red now. Did not expect this after the initial pump. You bring me luck, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, we were just talking about you getting maybe margin called. Congratulations on not getting margin called. Also, maybe consider your margin levels next time you enter a trade and scale your position appropriately so that a margin call is not a possibility. These pumps have steadily become more frequent. Is this a sign of desperation? It might be a sign that it's harder to support the price action, and so they need to pump more often. Right. I mean, if long term we're correct, right, and these pumps are an effort to sell off holdings before like an inevitable downturn, um, then you would expect them to become more frequent over time because there are less long holdings propping up the market and more like short dated derivatives, right? Because over time their positioning would scale from long equities to long just derivatives, and without the supporting equities, right, you need to lean on the derivatives harder and harder in order to affect the same price action. You'll also notice that over this period of time that the pumps have become not only shorter in their duration, but they lead to less and less price improvement. Like back at the end of March, we were seeing like 300 BPS pumps, right? Like 300, 250. Now they're like 180 to 100. So, and part of that's like we discussed like how these zero DTE pumps are only profitable for a given period of time because they have diminishing returns. So that is part of it, right? If you're using the VIX to create premium in order to buy zero DTEs, and VIX is steadily being driven down, right? Then the amount of premium you can accumulate also falls off over time. So like you're getting, and it creates like in a way that helps create tail risk. Where's my goddamn pen? Fuck. Did I put it in my pocket or something? No. Ooh, I still have power. Ah, fell off my desk. Yeah, so you've got. Oh, I just don't have that turned on. So, you know, you're selling puts, right? And over time, you know, that's going to drive volatility lower, right? But that also means that the premium received for those puts drops as well, right? Oh, this is just not a good day for Epic Pen, is what this is. There we go. All right, yeah. So the premium you're receiving for those puts is also falling. And then you're using that to buy short dated derivatives, right? And so over time, you know, the number of short dated derivatives that you can buy with your premium is going to fall in line with the amount of premium you sell, right? So, you know, back here, back when they first started doing this, the ratio was really high. You could sell like one, you know, 30 DTE put and buy like, you know, 15 fucking 0 DTE calls or 20 0 DTE calls. And then now it's much lower. And also as you get towards the top of these ranges, right, where, you know, VIX drops, the ratio of your ability to gain leverage also falls off. So, you know, this morning you could have sold puts for like a really high premium, right? And you could have bought zero, well, like a bunch of 0 DTEs. But now if you sell a put, they're worth nothing, right? And then, you know, you can't really buy very many more 0 DTEs. That's why these pumps don't, like, a good way to look at this is why we don't stay above gamma neutral for long periods of time. Right? Like every time, think about it. Every time we cross gamma neutral to the upside, we get, you know, a rolling, like the pump continues to roll up, right? But then, you know, as soon as it hits resistance, we fall back right below right below gamma neutral again, because below gamma neutral that put premium goes up and the call premium goes down, right? So once you go below gamma neutral, then you have that, you know, positive leverage to buy into these pumps. Does that make sense? Was that too complicated? I feel like I broke it down pretty well. If it's a 2-day pump, then buy short dated puts after. I mean, I've bought like 0 DTEs at the money. Like when we pump into close, I've just been buying like 0, like, well, 1 DTEs at the money on the put side, because the next day all those 0 DTEs are gone, right? And the market maker, like, first thing in the morning deleverages all of the hedge that they carried into close. So what we really want with like the far dated puts is you want a collapse of this type of positioning, right? And we know that it gets weaker and weaker over time. But you want it to actually fail. You want that risk to finally collapse and, you know, a real sell-off to occur. And we haven't really gotten one of those. We've gotten sell-offs, but then they're immediately driven right back up. Um, and so that's, you know, that's kind of the purpose of the longer dated positioning. And then the shorter dated positioning, obviously you're just kind of trying to capture both the steep drop off and the bounce. And sometimes you get one or the other, but it's very hard to get both. But if you buy puts at the top, because VIX gets so low, you know, if you're buying shorter dated puts, like 3, 4 DTE, and you're buying them at the very top of that range, um, when VIX is really low, then their profitability is extremely high, right? Because VIX ramps up and the price falls off. And, you know, if we look at like SPX over the last couple weeks, right? You know, all of these, like all of these big sell-offs are, you know, about 2 to 3 days apart. And like even this is was not small. It's a little harder to see here on the, like even these are like, you know, you're going from like a peak of like 185 to 160. This was what, 42.11, and then it dropped down to 41.80. But you have to just take profits, and that makes it, you know, that makes the bull side or the bear side of the chain really skittish, because they get burned on days like today, right? Where you know, you get the drop, you get the confirmation, you get the leverage, right? You got you know, gamma's super negative, and we started to see puts piling in, and then they just fucking reverse it, right? And yeah, that's why the bears are so skittish. Everyone thinks it's not because they're not bearish, it's because they don't want to get fucked by 0 DTE pumps. So how do bears take control? I mean, they need a sufficient drop. Probably we'd probably have to fall below like delta neutral, which is around well, like 41.45 through 41.30. So we need the market maker to really start selling off delta, right? And we've come close. We've come close to delta neutral a couple times, but reversed. I think we dipped just below it. Like back on like May, was it like May 24th? We fell just below gamma neutral, but like just for the day, right? We stabilized there and then bounced back. And then I think again on like was it Wednesday last week, or was it yesterday? Yesterday we tapped delta neutral, I think, and then bounced. No, not yesterday. Yesterday we hit fast gamma and bounce. Yeah, maybe it was last week. Last week we tapped delta neutral. When did we hit? Hold on, let me just look. Yeah, it was last week. But we didn't stay under delta neutral for long enough, and we didn't keep pushing down, right? We just got profit taking. 41.30 is a long way away. It's really not. It seems like it is, but that distance can be covered very, very quickly. It's 200 BPS, but it's not as far away as it seems. I know. I mean, we hit like 166 yesterday. It was a lot closer, right? And we were at 172 this morning. Straddles are still awesome. Yeah. Any point in averaging down 0 DTE puts today? I have a couple like 180s and ones 4180s and 4170s that I mean they already lost like 95% of their value. So I averaged them down a little bit. I don't think we'll get a big enough sell off into close. I mean, at most right now it kind of looks like even if this does break down here and the rest of the calls take profits and the money, that's still going to put us around like 4200. So we would still need like a big future sell off to spike VIX and start the downside momentum moving. So I don't really. I mean, it depends on where you are, right? If you're at like 4200, maybe it's worth averaging them down. If you're at like 4180 or lower, probably not. How do you go about assessing the likely range for these kind of pumps and dips? Just looking at the chain, well, I mean, I was off today. I thought our upside was going to be kind of capped at 4210, right? I mean, positioning is a big part of it going into like market open, but like today 4210 was our upside, right? But then it changed, right? Because more 4220, more 4215 and more 4225 calls came in. And that you know, that raised our potential range up to where we're at now. So you know it's really only valid like when it's written, especially with so many 0 DTEs being traded nowadays. Are you telling me the market isn't static? I know. See you for SLD, Arugus. Since we pumped today, surely tomorrow we dump. So all YOLO 0 DTE puts tomorrow. I mean, if we stay at this level, right? If we fall and VIX rises into close, then we can pump again tomorrow because they'll be able to net higher premiums off of sold puts. But yeah, if we were like to hold 4220 into tomorrow, um, mm, yeah, there's more likely to be a sell off in the morning. But at the money, that doesn't mean it's gonna go all the way down. But like the like market open could move down. NVIDIA volatility is also great for monthly straddles. Yeah, it is. The returns aren't as good as SPX, but if you can't afford SPX straddles, it's an option right now. It's pretty volatile. Like realized volatility is very high. Unemployment may beat tomorrow, which will pump it higher too, or it may not. Some of the extraordinary measures taken by the Treasury also involve cutting government contractor jobs. Um, and since you know the Fed's been leaning on that, or the Treasury's been leaning on that more and more over the last 2 months, uh, we might see unemployment move back up a little from where it was. I mean, it was really fucking low last month. We no, we JFresh figured out Gamma Max for Nvidia. He said it's 4050 or 450. Sorry. Are you buying any September VIX 60s? No. Would unemployment up change anything with regards to the Fed decision? I don't think so. I mean, I feel like the Fed's target for employment is probably going to be much further out of the range than unemployment it would move up. I mean, they're really looking for unemployment at like 4%, right, or higher. And you know, what did it come in last month? 3.2. So unemployment would really have to move quite a bit for them to, you know, rethink their goals on it. Or it was 3.4 last time, right? Yeah, 3.4. I was thinking 5% would be their target. I mean, that's probably where they'll end up over time, right? Because they'll overshoot. Are you still making money during these trying times where data doesn't matter and the rules are made up? It's harder. I mean, I make money on straddles mostly. Intraday trading's been hit or miss for a couple weeks now. I would say over the last 2 months, intraday trading is like the returns on it have been maybe the worst since I started trading. So it's been pretty shit. I mean, thankfully, I straddle every night, which is, you know, maintained consistency in my portfolio growth. But if I wasn't doing that, yeah, the last 2 months would have been dead, mostly dead. What's the play on Express? I don't know, hold it for a couple years. It's not really a play. It's not, no, not like a heavily shorted IV play. Just a company that's being priced for bankruptcy that's not likely to go bankrupt anytime soon. Acquisition would probably be ideal, but the management has an opportunity to turn around revenue. They're grossly undervalued. You think DFE still plays GME when he can, like we all do? I don't know. I mean, he made enough money, like off of the GME runs in 2021 that he could have moved into much safer investments. He had institutional training, right? So I'm sure that some amount of his money went towards safer shit. Although safer shit didn't do very well in 2022. But I don't see a, like, with his cost basis, I don't see a reason for him to sell. I rolled 616 GME CSPs from 18 to 21 this morning. Am I doing this right? I don't care if I get assigned, but I wanted more premium. Okay. I mean, yeah, if you want more premium, you have to get closer to the money. Parker says revision on wages data shows cooling. Unemployment in my household remains as strong at 100%. I'm seeing a correlation between buying puts more days these past 2 months. I still have June 5th, 417 puts. June 5th, 417, roll or hold. Fuck, over the weekend? Risky over the weekend, not as terrible into tomorrow. I mean, you don't have a lot of theta though. You're provided we don't drop into the like end of the day here. Alright, it's just no puts at these prices. So Charm's only working against the calls into the end of today. I think I need to do some end of day positioning here. Okay, so futures flat at 42.28. Call interest is diminishing, but put interest near the money. 42.20 is picking up some interest. 4,200 still has a decent amount of put interest, but some of it may be sold. I doubt it. Usually they sell the puts further out. $42, 10, and 15 calls are still coming in though. This is So futures are starting to fail at resistance here. I don't think we have a lot of supports below 42 or before 4200. So maybe, yeah, 4200 is kind of the downside support here. So that's a pretty big range if this starts to collapse a little bit more. Fed Harker, let's skip this one and see how it goes. Guy's a fucking idiot. Every other Fed president's come out and said that they're going to do a 0.25 increase at least, and maybe two of them, except Harker. So, honestly, I really don't think what Harker's saying matters. They might use whatever momentum it brings in to try to gain ground, but I think positioning's more important than anything anyone's saying. Like the bond market's not going to stop pricing and rate increases, right? They're not going to change their, just because like Harker says something, they're not going to change their, forecast for rates over the rest of the year or in the near term. If inflation started coming down unexpectedly fast, it could cut rates. That's not my forecast. This guy's just useless. Huh. Is he like trying to keep his job but retain his speaking fees? What the fuck is going on? Why are all his statements contradictory? He has calls. I have some 61619 cover calls. I'm not looking to get assigned. So just think rolling out and up, but I'm not sure when a good time to do that is. I'm worried with earnings. Thoughts? I mean, probably before earnings. IV's gonna go up. I mean, if earnings are positive in any way, we already have some liquidity realization, right? And we could get more. So you could get buried even further potentially. I mean, Gamma Max, we're already pretty close to it, so you don't have to worry about like that much more upside, but you'd be worried about increases in implied volatility. No, they're not. Well, they're not supposed to play the market. They used to be allowed to, but then they, passed like some internal referendum where they no longer trade securities. But that was after they sold the top in November of 2021, so ethically sold the top. Yeah, due to ethical concerns, they sold the top. Well, the non-voting Fed presidents are always the most polarized, right? They're always the ones that are like the most hawkish or the most dovish. And then the voting members all like oscillate between trying not to get spanked by JPOW and, keep the revolving door open to their cushy bank jobs after they leave the Fed. Aren't you proud to be an American? Ethically selling the top is the best. It really is. I fully trust my senators to uphold high moral choices. What country did you live in? This is how we'll know the bottom is in. When, due to ethical concerns, they're allowed to trade stocks again. Yeah, they'll set up like a program that allows them to own equities again. They'll set it up in advance of the bottom too, right? Because they don't want to miss buying the dip. Are you complaining about capitalism? I'm not. I fucking love capitalism. Dork, I'm gonna tell you right now, if this piece of shit market sells off back to 4170 today, I'm going to flip my fucking desk over. Can we watch that briefly? You just take the shirt off and save yourself an expensive desk. I don't think taking my shirt off would do it. But, like, if we move back down to 4170, I'm not making take my shirt off money. I guess I could make take my shirt off money, but I'd have to buy a lot more zero TTE puts. Does it take your pants off money? Can't take off what you never put on. What would you do if your internet goes off while we sell off to 4170? Go outside and kick the workmen off my fire escape. You need to do something crazy to feel better. I did that earlier when I bought like 150 4225 calls. I don't want to do two crazy things in one day. Don't worry, I have puts, so nothing like that will happen. There's a lot of put buying going on this peak here. People with far more money than you have puts, really big deal. People who also don't like to lose money on variance. I kind of went over that a little while ago. If you rewind the stream back to where I'm drawing on the screen, um, I covered a lot of that, Natty. Like an hour ago, maybe. If SPX trips, Palantir is gonna melt. Probably. Palantir's liquidity is pretty topped out right now. Although, don't forget about its exposure to, like bots and, NASDAQ. Or, no. Russell? No problem. Hmm. Would you roll in the money GME for June 16 for a small credit or wait until earnings? I mean, if you're not going to buy them back, then you're going to want to probably wait till closer to earnings when IV is higher and then try to give yourself enough range at a moderate strike to wait out any downside price action. Don't forget, if you roll out, you've got to do earnings and the shareholders meeting, both. Would you average down a negative 50% SPX 4100 here, or wait till Monday? I don't know what date you have, but VIX is low as fuck right now. So it's a decent opportunity to average down. It may not be the best opportunity we get over the coming days, but it's not a terrible one. I mean, I think VIX's low today is our lowest for a couple months. It's our lowest since the very beginning of May. Call positioning the downside staying pretty strong. $42, $20, and 25 are picking up interest again here. But they're slowly losing their grasp. ES is not broken down sufficiently. ES needs to fall back below 42.20 to confirm a breakdown to like 4,200. So it'd still need more volume to see that. ES is at 42.26 right now. So it's kind of just chopping back and forth between the up and down side of the 42.25 level. I sold 6-month out GME $15 cover calls and blocking out all the noise. The premium offsets my cost basis loss, so if assigned, I break even, and if not, I lower it even more. That's one way to do it. It's a lot easier not to have to pay attention every day. With VIX this low, is September 3600p decent? As a VIX play, yeah, for Vega. What's the Vega on that contract? September 15, I assume? Or are you doing end of quarter? September 15s are 2,500? 3.66 multiplier? Yeah, it's not bad. If VIX hits 20, well, not even 20. You make about 80% over the rest of June, even at our current price levels. If we got like a 3% drop and the 5% bump in volatility, you make about 100%. It's not bad. Similar call opportunity with Vega for the pores. Probably like SPY or QQQ. The more theta, the better. I mean, the equivalent contract would be like September 15, 360. But the Vega, I mean, the Vega on SPY is, I guess it's a little higher relative. It's slightly higher. Like 10 contracts would be like 3.7. So it's a little bit better than SPX for the equivalent contract. We could also do like Jan 24. Jan 24, like 340 gives you more time to realize that improvement in volatility. Not really the same price though. Equivalently priced. I think the Jan 24 contract might still be better. No, it's not. The September's better. Although you do get a little bit more time on the Jan 24. Like the Jan 24 360 is 0.75 Vega, which is quite a lot. Still about the same return though, because you don't get the delta on a drop that you do on, well, you don't get the same value on a drop that you do on SPX. So in that regard, I for a shorter period of time, the returns on the September are better, but only until the end of June. Then the returns start to kind of fall off. Futures retesting. Oh, that should be the breakup on futures. But it doesn't look like it's getting any momentum, which might be bearish. Let me see if more calls are coming in. Futures momentum can break really quickly, so I don't see a lot more calls coming in. 4025 still stacked, but other than that, like no one's buying a lot of out of the money calls, and those have been selling off, so I guess my expectation here would be that futures sees a rejection on its breakout. So you have like this, right? And then this broke up, but with no volume, right? Which is not usually a good sign. Like usually you'd want to see a volume spike here, like a stronger volume spike here. Although we've moved up a lot today on no volume, so I'd be careful with it. When's Juice Caboose gonna dump the market? Sounds like she's gonna start selling treasuries on the 3rd. Or the 1st? I guess the 1st. Today. First due on the 3rd, third due on the 5th, and then 5th due on the 8th. Seem to be the current plan for T-bill auctions. Juice caboose. The gamma neutral feeding pump spiel was 45 minutes ago. If one of your henchmen want to clip it, thanks. Senate planning to vote today. Okay. One sec. What could treasuries do to the commodities space? I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement in commodities unless we see a rapid onset recession, right? Ah, you fucking bitches. Hmm. $55. There's calls selling off. The futures pumped. Now they're hitting sell volume. It's like the cliff always just needs to be a tiny bit higher, right? The last 2 hours seem white coffee. A little bit, yeah. I mean, the out of the money call positions from earlier today have been closing off, but the at the money call positions are still pretty static. So like 42.25 is still stacked. But the out of the money positions aren't building anymore. I still think this breakout might fail. Just because there's really nothing coming in to support it. But that can change. $42.25 selling off now. It's 42.05s or 75 cents. Yeah, I know. It get even cheaper than that here in a second. Alright. No, I'm not sleeping. Alright. So, in the money calls sold off. Out of the money calls bought now. So they're rolling up, I think. Or some of them are rolling up. Should be near the peak. Seems like the call ordering, yeah, but not a lot of it. The position, like, the move was pretty small. And it looks like whoever did that got burned right away. Jimmy doing the classic triple reverse Dorito. all of Jamie's price action today is kind of boring. It's not even up $1. Out of the money calls selling off on the drop. And the money calls being bought again though. So they're still trying to support the level. Although that's four candles now of them selling off. $6.16 upstart CC is gonna get called early. You could get called next week. This week's not likely unless you're crazy fucking deep in the money. Like I have some 6/16/25s out. I don't really care if I get assigned on them, but I don't think I will. I have June SPY 415s down a bunch. Rolling out to June 16 418 is a good idea since VIX is so low. I mean, it's an option because VIX is low. I had Upstart 1750 CCs assigned last week. I mean, you're like 50% in the money. $6.16 BTU 20p got assigned this morning. Okay, yeah, on puts you can. Puts it's more common to get assigned on in the money puts early than it is on calls. Think we're in store for a 2-day pump, or is this about it? I don't know. And unless VIX moves up a lot to propagate more put selling, then we're probably pretty close to the top. Calls are being sold at, you know, like 230 through 245. And I think like the heaviest around like 240, so it's pretty unlikely we move up into that range. Maybe the lower end of it. But VIX got crushed out super fast today, so there's not a lot of like put selling's not as worthwhile. There's a gap at 42.28. Any thoughts on FSLR? It's just above your risk level. Average down, hedge with calls. I think I already got stopped out of my shorter dated shit on FSLR, so the rest of my stuff's for like September. I don't really care about the current price, not unless it goes back over like 210. I might sell some like bull spreads against my longer dated puts. But not yet. I don't know, we keep getting like a little bit of downside momentum and then they just buy more calls, so Rate hikes are transitory. JPM strategists seem to think that as the Treasury issues, the Fed will pull back RRP. I'm just curious your thoughts. There's no way it could mute the downside there, not significantly. Hmm. I don't think so. Not unless the Fed starts pulling back rates. Are they talking like 8 to 12 months? Is calls on VIX calls on black swans? I mean, not always. You can use VIX to hedge. You don't need black swan events to happen. It's funny how buying more calls means up and buying more puts means, believe it or not, ups. Well, selling puts means ups. Most of like the bearish shit on the like SPX chain is not only out of the money but further dated, right? So its impact on price at the money and like on the intraday is minimal. Whereas, buying 1500 zero DTEs can impact price right now. Do you ever wonder where we would be if we didn't have zero DTE start in October? I mean, we didn't really start seeing like pumps on zero DTEs until December, though, right? But yeah, I kind of do. Not probably not this high. Hmm. Hmm. Put selling off here? Not really. There's not a lot of them like near them. Well, there's not a ton of them near the money. 4220, 15 and 15 through 4200 are pretty weak though. There's like a $20 gap there that kind of needs to be Catalyzed by futures selling more than anything. Futures are still being pretty lame. What amount of treasuries do you think will need to be sold by the end of next week to find market cap per dollar move for SPX? Do you take that market cap divided by current price? If so, 1 trillion could see a $120 move. I mean, you can just overlay it if you want and look at the ratio between like the TGA and SPX. Like let's see. So the last time they really stocked up on treasuries was back in like December. Well, there was a couple times. There was December 15 through Feb 2nd. During that period, the Treasury General account went from 50 billion to 700 billion, and SPX went from 786 to 4225. Then the next big one was the Treasury General account went up to 954 billion uh, in April of 2022, and during that time period, the SPX went from 4456 to 3926. When will Upstart be below 20 again? Probably a couple months. Given the coordination of them, I would say that at least the initial pumping is probably not very many entities. Like the initial big put sell-offs into call buying, it's probably like one or two. Then you see call interest flood in as it pumps, and that could be anybody, right? Just volatility and not a change in direction. Yeah, I mean most of the shitty part about longer term puts today is that VIX got crushed really hard. Although it does look to be turning around a little bit here. Not much, but a little. Talk about the difference in the macro during those time periods too. Well, and like headline inflation was a lot higher. Core wasn't as persistent, but it was also higher. What do you think the goal of these pumps is? I mean, the only real assumption I would make, besides just making money, is that they're doing it to slowly leverage out of equities over time. God, this looks so bearish, and I don't fucking trust it at all. The periods of treasury dump issuance, we saw about 10% down move over 14-ish days. Yeah. Roughly, give or take. I mean, it depends on how much they need to refill the treasury, right? But in 20 end of 2021, they were pretty flexible on how much they could issue. But this time they've suspended the debt ceiling, right, to like 2025. So Yellen can go fucking nuts. No, Dave. I mean, you don't want to. Well, I mean, you don't want to buy longer dated calls if you're not bullish, right? That's the other thing, is like there's no like long dated call interest. There's some, but not a lot. If we were like if people were feeling confident about the economy over the next 2 years, we would be seeing a lot of leaps, like out of the money leaps, like 4,500, 5,000, right? People would be positioning for a recovery. There's none of that. People are positioning for a recession, right? I mean, all the money's going in like money market and fucking bonds. I think inflows into equities over the last like 33 weeks have been negative. Which means net selling, right? Who's yelling? I only know of Juice Caboose. Only if she dumps $1 trillion in treasuries in like 3 days. I mean, it is synthetic longs propping. I mean, that's what all these pumps are. They're all synthetic longs. Massively leveraged, but will she go bananas selling treasuries? I mean, she needs to. They need to cover the extraordinary measures right away. So that's like, I mean, mid 150 billion, like roughly 150 billion right now. Could be more by the 5th. And then she needs to put like another trillion in deposit with the Fed. So you're looking at like 1.15, 1.2 trillion dollars in like a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. That's more quantitative tightening than the Fed has done since 2021. How are you feeling about SLD this month? And if we're trading above 4,200, pretty good. Who's allowing that kind of risky leverage? Well, I mean, it's not that like they're selling out of the money. Like, look, like maybe this will give you guys an idea of like how this is done. Uh, no. So what they're doing is they're selling. So you sell like a 4,100 for like July, right? You get 4,000 credit, right? And then you buy 42 like 20s or 42 15s for today. Right? And that's an in the money call. Oh, those are linked. Hold on. So you get 3-to-1 leverage. So you buy 3 in the money calls for every one 4,100 put you sell. right? And then if you're buying out of the money ones, you're getting almost 10-to-1 leverage, right? So now you do this across like multiple strikes, right? So you sell 40 50s for, sell 40 50s for July, you sell 40 100s for June, you sell like 41 50s for tomorrow, right? And then you buy like 41 30s, you buy 41 15s. You buy 4200s, you buy 4205s, you buy 4210s, right? And then you just leverage these up with the rest of your credit. And if you have hundreds of millions of dollars, you're guaranteeing the move to the upside, right? And then when you can just close your puts and sell your calls once you're at the top. And then these guys are getting like 5-to-1 margin, right? This isn't breaking down today. There's still a little bit of time, but if it hasn't broken down much by like 3 o'clock, I'm probably not. Like if we haven't broken down below like 42.20 by 3, probably not. Or at least we're not gonna break down much. And then if we do, it'll be like the last 5 minutes of the day. So it's pointless anyway. And you just sell like a couple of these, right? Like you sell, sell like 5 of these, 3 of these, or well, like let's say 5, like 5, 10, and the 4150 you sell like 20 of them, right? And then you have all that credit to leverage up those 0 DTE calls. And if you're doing the selling of the puts while VIX is high, you're getting even more premium, right? Like this is the current price, but if you're doing it with VIX higher, your premiums, 3-4% more times the Vega you're selling. I don't have that much money or leverage in my paper account. I really am poor. It's almost like you're saying my 20 0 DTEs don't move the market. I mean, they do a little, right? Like if they have delta or they go in the money, then yeah, but not a lot. I mean, you're talking about like 75,000 volume on like one fucking contract today, right? It's so yeah, your 20 don't matter that much. Is it easier for them to run up than push down? Above delta neutral, yes. All this explanation sounds like there's only one party doing this shit, but we know that's not reality. So it's all the MMs and the big banks. I mean, the MMs don't care, right? If the MMs are neutral, they're just making money on the spreads, and the risk on SPX is too high not to be. It could be big banks. They have the money to do it. You don't need multiple people doing it. Everyone else will just bandwagon, right? Like all the CTAs and all the trading desks will just hop on whatever momentum you create. And they'll add to the out of the money calls, right? Which just guarantees your position is profitable. Are you still yanging for June 16? Can I use yang as a verb? I sold like half the position off. I want to keep the rest for China's exports. If their exports fall, the like China 50 is going to take a massive hit. So I'm keeping a few open. I might add to them as we get closer. Part of that's kind of what's so exciting about downside is because down like if we were to move into like a negative delta environment, right, and we actually start getting momentum there, you know, gamma to the downside increases far faster, and you also have the volatility increasing simultaneously, right? So downside moves, not only can they be much faster, they can be much more extreme. And so if this same thing occurs to the downside, who the fuck knows where we end up, right? Will DN move up today? DN's been pretty flat for like a week and a half now. What date's the China data? The next one. So the import export totals are. Hold on, I have to look. Next Tuesday, so the 6th. So they have on Monday they have services PMI, or no, Sunday they have heising services PMI. So Sunday into Monday morning. And then Tuesday they have balance of trade and year over year exports and imports. So I think with all the contraction they've experienced, we're gonna see more. I'm probably gonna get more positions on Yang before then, but I think we're gonna see a pullback in China's exports, and that's like the backbone of their economy, right? So if that moves down, that really confirms that their breakout growth is dead in the water, and so yeah, it's a risk. I mean, I think analyst expectations also see them coming down. So maybe not as much of a risk, but there's still some, obviously. And China's all about fudging their numbers for their economic data. With the impending Treasury's issuance, probable Fed rate increases, how long do you think until we see more banks fail? Or you think most of them have gotten out of hedged underwater positions? I think they're more stable, but I think more rate increases will just create more risk for them, right? Like the duration risk is going to exist for the duration of those contracts that they have to hold to maturity, right? So yeah, I think more Fed rate increases put them in a worse position. No more pancakes. Yeah, I don't think so, man. I love how you just jump straight to conspiracy. Why not people want to offload their bags before we hit a recession and they're just keeping the market propped up while they do that? Like that's so much more reasonable than JPOW having some secret covert meeting with the fucking bank managers and telling them how they need to prop up the market over the next 3 months. So if you want to answer, Friday would probably be the day, or Monday. But Friday gives you exposure to both services PMI and import export. That's why I carried. That's why I didn't sell out of the whole position. I carried a little bit over. I'll probably add a little tomorrow and then more on Monday. Did the market ever trade at prices that reflect actual market data and valuations? Yeah, before they repealed Glass-Steagall. Also, increased risk of people pulling funds to put in treasuries. Oh, yeah. The sauce isn't secret. They did the same thing in 08. Yeah, they did the same thing before every crash. Why can't you just have fun and stop taking everything I say so seriously? It's really not. Because people latch on to conspiracy the same way they latch on to hope. It biases analysis, and it's fucking stupid. Are you buying GME calls for earnings? This one? Maybe a few, not a lot. I'm dumb. If money flows to treasuries on the impending global scale, how can the US afford to support the rates on these deposits? Is that what a Ponzi is? Well, the yields increase until buyers come in, and then the more buyers you get, the more yields drive down and bond prices go up, right? So the yield attracts the buyers, then the price attracts more. The thing about them selling off their equities while keeping the market up with derivatives is that this has been going on for months. Shouldn't they be out by now? I mean, if the Fed was tightening on a more reasonable basis, they probably would be done by now, but they're not, and there's still a shitload of money supply sloshing around, right? I mean, look how many equities like Vanguard and BlackRock are carrying, right? Fucking if you want to get a good price on those, it takes months to get out of those positions. You start dumping, and everyone else does too, and you just lose fucking billions to slippage. Liquidity and flows greater than price valuations and fundamentals most of the time. Yeah. In a short period of time, yes. Over a long period of time, no. B of A CEO says we won the battle in inflation. Good for him. And you wonder who's trying to sell off their bags. Like anybody who's taken basic economics knows that rising consumer price indexes and entrenched inflation on a dropping GDP are not fucking bullish. That's an awfully bold stance to think that no conspiracy is true. That everyone and everything is batting 100. That seems like biased thought. No, I think that the absurd notions that Walken draws together while sitting on his toilet and ko-fing me are not a valid theory. Valid theories are backed by facts and data, right? So most conspiracy theories would be wrong, right? And yes, you know, if you get enough monkeys in a room with typewriters, one of them will write Shakespeare. But I don't think that's a beneficial to anything, right? Like it's, how does that improve your ability to analyze? Because you're open to the idea that, you know, one of those monkeys is going to write Shakespeare. I think your bearishness is clouding reality. My calls are in the money and my puts are down. That's all that matters. Your calls are at 40.30 and your puts are at 40.15. Neither one's making that much money. And the opposite was true this morning. I don't think my bearishness is clouding any reality. I think you also just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I keep YOLOing into zero DTs because I'm hoping one of them will write Shakespeare. Can you take a look at ZOM? I bought July calls 110. I mean, oil's rebounding today. It's back above $70 a barrel. That's a good sign, but also probably means that you're not going to see Saudi pullbacks anytime soon. 110 doesn't seem unreasonable. Where's your risk? Like 102? 102.50? I don't know when you bought them, but I mean, it doesn't seem bad. Commodities will benefit from like a shift into bonds, so how to salvage deeply underwater cover calls with a high cost basis. Buy calls? Only if the underlying is going to go up more. Otherwise, you just lose even more money. I mean, you have your call. You're gonna get your price per share plus whatever your premium received was, right? You can just re-enter the position later at or around the same price, and you know you've just over time have just received the premium, right? I'm sure you did. Will Chinese stock be safe from the flight to bonds? No. The whole point of yields going up is it attracts, like, well, one of the points is it attracts foreign investors, right? Everyone dumps their shit and buys US treasuries. Is it free money to buy VIX calls at this point? I mean, you have to account for theta decay. Are people being negative today? Yeah, less money too. But this is just pumpy pumpies, which don't last long, like the last few pumps. Because because it starts to pump, and then all the people that bought zero DTE calls are like, oh my god, this is a bull market. Look, we're in a bull market. And then the people that bought puts are sad. They're like, maybe it is a bull market. And then that just repeats itself over and over again, like every 3 days. We keep telling you, Greg, it doesn't matter if everyone has their money in treasuries. AI and zero DT SPX calls are all the market needs anymore. Sure. I'm pissy because when we drop, it's not enough for the puts to go more than like $100 green with what I consider good entries. I mean, that sounds like your puts are too far out of the money. You're buying puts like at delta neutral or right just above delta neutral. But if you're buying puts at like gamma neutral or like fast gamma, those are going deep in the money. So you're buying like 0.2, 0.1 delta puts. And they're not, I mean, they're not going up because VIX is staying stagnant. I didn't think it was Jets fan, don't worry. I think human fallibility is repeated through our history. Toilet thoughts are not valid, I agree. But being completely closed off to other thought processes isn't good either. I mean, I'm not. I just, most of them just don't carry any weight, right? So why bother digging deeper? Head and shoulders on the video 405 incoming. Oh no. Hmm. It looks like people are selling a bunch of $400 calls again. Don't forget tomorrow's T5 on NVIDIA. Please explain higher highs and higher lows since October. The market data was bullish at the beginning of the year. We were all long as fuck into February. Things didn't start to turn around really until March when the banks failed and inflation started getting hotter. That's when I got bearish. And from that point to now, the market moved up 200 basis points, and that's been trading pretty much fucking flat in that range ever since. See, Greg, this is where my smarts come into play. You're so busy looking at data and coming to logical conclusions, but the composite man does not care. He is all knowing and all buying. The composite man only deals in absolutes. He does not make deals with us puny ants. If it's a bull market, it's a bull market. Walk in. You say that, salty shawarma, but then the market goes up. Hmm. Loading up 4021 DTE calls for NVIDIA T plus 5. That's an awful lot of range. Is this a purge or a push? We'll find out in a couple minutes. Out of the money calls aren't still building, so I don't think it's a like a push higher. Or at least not much higher, right? It's a push to get the like 42.25s in the money, but it's not a push to hit like 40.30 or 42.30 or 42.35. Although that could just change tick by tick. The only reason I'm still in my pits is because of PDT. I think the fact that in the face of the bearish news, the market is still flat to up is bullish. And you will forever buy the top and sell the bottom. Is it not possible for VIX to go to zero, right? Right now, VIX isn't going to zero. Did someone just sell a lot of Apple shares? Maybe. Okay, buying delta neutral positioning and saying you're bullish is not bullish. Close to the August peak on SPX. Pretty close. Futures are still pretty far away. Yeah, August peak on futures is $100 away. It's always too early. Are you gonna get stuck straddling 42.25? I really fucking hope not. I didn't buy any upstart calls. I bought puts. The Apple sell was 500K in one go. I mean, that's not... It's big, but it's not a ton. If we hit 4,300, will you still say the market is bearish? Yeah, because price and valuation are skewed. Technical levels don't matter. You'll learn that after technical analysis fails you enough. There's usually that much of a difference between SPX and E-minis. It's wider at the onset of the newest contract, and then it narrows over time. Licensed to Bill, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Will you buy puts tomorrow at open? I mean, I'm gonna buy puts tonight at close. We buy puts tomorrow opening. How the fuck is VIX at yearly low when so much uncertainty in markets? What's the uncertainty? The market's been flat as fuck for months. There's not a lot of implied volatility there, right? I mean, we're technically in a stagflationary environment, right? When yelling go burr after the bills passed. Nah, this isn't even zero DTs anymore. This is just fucking futures buying. Hmm. One of those June 16 4100p is gonna print. Well, hopefully before June 16th, right? Coleman warning investors about a sharp slowdown of the investment banking business. That's funny. B of A president just came out and said we solved inflation. Shout out to my boy Carl for entering a Tesla short at 11 this morning. That's not worked out well. Although it's got to be getting pretty close to Gamma Max. Didn't you buy like July's? Gamma Max is 227. Tesla's at 209. So Gamma Max is just still flying away from the price action. No cap. So it looks like we're running towards 4,300 on hopium and hot gas. Are they simply going to pump as high as they possibly can? I mean, futures looks like it's going to go a little higher still. It's almost there. It's still a little lower than last week. Ugh. The Carl indicator should have told us at 11 he was entering. What's the Carl indicator? Go long Tesla when he buys spuds. When is the funeral of Vix planned? I don't know. Are we not going to test 4240? Will the market ever go down again? Probably in like the next 2 days. Elon just got back from China. They rolled out the test. The fuck? Rolled out the red carpet and talk about not wanting to decouple American and Chinese economies. They go risk off into the end of the day with data coming in the morning. I mean, it's fucking labor data. How bad's it gonna be? It's not gonna like. It's not like overnight we're gonna get 5% unemployment. You know what also probably has his 12th kid on the way? Maybe. Ooh, I gotta play video games today. That's gonna be fun. I forgot about that. Was D4 out at 7 p.m. Eastern? I don't know what time it comes out, but it comes out today. What's more likely to cause you to stop streaming? People asking for SPX to drop or asking when GME MOASS? I don't know. I've kind of insulated myself against those. Did I finish all my chores? I don't think I had any. Futures has done all this work to get up to 4240. What the fuck is with this 1.75 standard deviation? Why is it so important? We we haven't had a like a two we haven't had a 2 standard deviation move since here, like back in March. All the other ones have just tested 1.75 and then failed. Girk, it seems that SPX only goes up. Yes. If you ignore all this down part, it really only does. Like if you just cut that off. Don't look at it. Yeah, gold's been up for the last couple days. It's slowly, but it's moving. You can't play video games until you finish your chores. If JFresh's litter box empty, what about Pima's? Is your cooler stocked with ice cream sandwiches? And is the cat lady crazier? Chores? I don't have chores. Why are we elevatoring up and stair stepping down? Because our downside is propagated by long dated puts that are out of the money and the closing of calls. And our upside is driven entirely by zero DTE pumps that immediately die. You streaming Diablo 4 tomorrow night? Maybe. We'll see how I feel. So Yellen JPOW combo, you think you could see up 10% down within the next month, 6 weeks? Up to 10% down within the next month or 6 weeks? I think maybe like the next 4 weeks, but yeah, we can definitely see some downside. The TGA's got to fill back up. Although we haven't seen the TGA fill up in a zero DTE call environment yet, so we'll see how that looks. You don't really know where money comes from, do you, Mr. Gold? Thoughts on reaching 4,000 on ES in the next month? It's possible. It's very far away, but it's possible. 4050 is tricky. Below 4050 is tricky. There's a lot of sold puts, but it could happen. Positions move. At what point do long DTE puts actually have any weight against zero DTE call fiesta when people are selling? Below delta neutral? Since you won't answer my questions about win mod, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. Okay. Gork, I don't. You don't what, Rusty? Does the GME Telos partnership mean anything? I'm not a gamer. I've never heard of them. I don't think anyone else has either. Don't feel bad. Your money comes to your daddy, J-Pal. He rains his tidings down on us. I'm gonna get shit-faced on Saturday and call you. You've been warned. All right. Why what? Dwayne. Carl has Girk's number? No fair. Is this gonna be like a thing with you guys now? Since the video ran up today, do you think it'll affect T5? No. But if the market dumps tomorrow, that would. Why no ouchie down downs? Well, we had ouchie down downs this morning. Then we had big zero TTE pumps. Treasury's not issuing any securities yet. Welcome back to Dillionaire, Clint Lickner. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream if you need me to. Your hindsight analysis is phenomenal, Mr. Gold. How do you do it? As it turns out, Theta is king. It's pretty awesome. Ah, man, one of those bullish breakdowns. Looks like 4250 end of day it is. I think I'm more pissed that futures didn't test 4240. They've got to still, right? I love hindsight and Heine. Well, it's like the only thing you're capable of analyzing is things that have happened in the past. So you provide no value, right? It's like walking. You naysay, but you naysay after the fact. It's a waste of my fucking time. This is wiggity wiggity whack. Maybe just one wiggity. Worse than generative AI. Stupider. I said a lot this last week, but think what you want. Here's what I think you did this last week. I think you bought some out of the money calls on Nvidia's earnings, made some money. Congrats. Then you bought a bunch of fucking straddles and just what got bearish and bullish depending on which side was printing. That's not a fucking thesis. Buying the bottom of MACD? Do you think you're the only person who can buy 0 DTE calls, man? I bought plenty today. That doesn't change my outlook. I've listened to all of you guys, well, all like 4 of you, go on for months about the fucking bull case, but the market's not relatively higher, right? What, like we tested a $10 higher high? You have no defensible thesis because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why don't you go write DD on Superstonk? Or is that too much research? No, I don't think you're literate. But I also don't want to fucking listen to you. So here's your choice. Keep your fucking mouth shut, or you'll be gone. If you don't have something to offer of value, don't say anything at all. I'm not your buddy. I'm not your friend. I don't like you. I don't want to have philosophical debates with you. I'm definitely not going to listen to you with your 0 fucking knowledge challenge my years of experience and analysis. So get fucked. All right? What's up, C-Mill? Do me next. That's not... This isn't Findom, dork. God damn it. I hate the fucking internet. You stopped ranting and the red candle stopped. I'm just saying. Futures hit support. I don't think it had anything to do with my rant. Last time I checked, people weren't spending billions of dollars based on my rants. Thanks, Luke. More breakdown? Interesting. Fix up. This just falls back to like 42.20, right? And then nothing for the rest of the day. There's no way they give up their positions at 42.15 or 42.10. Right? Oh, fuck. Mr. Gold's calls. Did you set a stop? I'd be down for a rug. I don't know if it's gonna rug, right? Why the fuck are they gonna give up their positioning? That could be cool, but there's no reason for them to. Although they kind of just are. SPX halted to close. That would be you know how big of a drop that takes, right, Yaga? Jesus. Yeah, it'll be profitable drop for our puts. No shit. Wouldn't that be VIX 25? I hate you so much, Mr. Gold. And the worst part is, I think you get off on the fact that I hate you. Or you're just like irritating me. If if SPX halted into close, VIX would go to like 40 or something. It would fucking skyrocket. SPX isn't gonna hit 3, Popcorn Trader. This means more of this tomorrow if they spike VIX now. It could, yeah. I mean, VIX has got a long way to go till it's back at like 16, 17 again, but or 17, 18 again. No gaps, bearish. Yeah. Well, they just lost 42.20. The momentum's kind of crazy. Resistance at VIX 16? Could definitely sell 0 DTE puts here. And fucking futures, this is the only, this is like the only level of support for futures right here. And I don't think it's ever acted as support before. At 42.25. Oh, no, just gone. Never mind. $42.20? $42.20 has been a support before, right? Well, yeah, once. Is there like some fucking news or something? Can I distract you by asking you whether you prefer boom roasted, zoom toasted, or boom ghosted as a snappy phrase? That's because you yelled at me? Oh, so you sold your calls? That's a pretty big impact. Dumping equities in preparation for buying a fuckload of treasuries? Maybe. There's like a little bit of support here, but VIX isn't slowing down much. What's causing the VIX to spike up so sharply? People buying puts? Are you expecting bots up tomorrow? Maybe. I don't know. The market depends what the market does too. ETFs are broadly exposed. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow's T5 from NVIDIA's earnings. I don't think it'll be as dramatic as T plus 2. NVIDIA's very liquid. But probably still something. Also, don't forget that every dipshit in Wall Street Bets is going to be buying 0 DTE calls on NVIDIA tomorrow. Just because it's Friday. Markets seem like a Windows 98 machine. It just took so time to process all of the negative market sentiment. These pushes to the upside aren't, they're not positive, they're not bullish. There's no theta, right? It's just pump and dump over and over and over again. Some pumps are better than others. If VIX is higher at the bottom, then they can get more leverage, but it's just the same shit on repeat. I think thinking it's anything else at this point is absurd. I mean, it's happened so many fucking times now, right? If it was once or twice, the next one I could be like, okay, yeah, but this is like the fucking 30th time in the last 3 months. For your VIX hedge, do you have a certain profit take percent when VIX goes up or down? Yeah. Um, it depends on the like delta of the contract, but I close contracts that hit 8 and 9, and then I roll those into new contracts. So as they hit like 8 and 9 delta, I close them. Are you surprised that VIX can be under 16 while market debt world chaos is ongoing? I mean, it's just put sellers, right? It's not really like the VIX should be at this level. The tail risk is massive. They're just shorting volatility. Short vol, go long. Same like synthetic bull. Did someone just lose a shitload of money? Yeah. They can try to get it back. They've got 20 minutes. Small bounce on 42.20 on futures. $42.10 calls still there. 42.05, 4,200. Out of the money calls have almost entirely sold off. The 42.25 level kind of collapsed pretty hard. We'll see if they try to take advantage of the bounce and start buying more of them, but there's not a lot of time left. Yeah, the 42.25 went from 3.1 to 3.1 billion to 823 million gamma. That's fucking crazy. So just obliterated. It's amazing to me how many people in here were finally able to wrap their heads around how vol shorts play GME, but act like those same shorts aren't capable of doing it market wide. It's a little different, but there's a lot of similarities. Check DM. Hmm. Those aren't the same time frame, right? Oh, they are. What the fuck? Why did it bounce first? So it went from 40.45 to 40 gapped up to 40.70, 47.39, and then just tanked. Apparently they lost a shitload of money or something. Interesting. How big's their market cap? Like, is that even... 33 billion? It doesn't seem like it'd be enough by itself. It's gotta have wider implications. Biggest bear trap ever? Have you not traded a Fed meeting? I liked the stream. Oh, thanks, man. Asshole. Hmm. 4210 call buying. Puts are pretty high at 4200 here. I'm not seeing a shitload of calls roll in, but that doesn't mean that this won't bounce. There's definitely some futures buyers at 4120 or 4220 rather. Hmm. 50 BPS drop. Out of the money call buying here. So Delta at 4210, but then below 4210, 4205 and 4200 call side are selling off. Someone's buying 4220 puts. That seems like a bad fucking idea. Selling 4220 puts? Hmm. It's happened because I didn't hedge, I didn't set stops. I saw confirmation and went straight gambler. Anonymous. I did not lose money because of anything you said, but in fact, by selectively ignoring things that you've said, these are my choices. These knuckleheads need to learn responsibility for theirs. It's it's not easy to make all of those decisions at once. I did the same thing. I went hard as fuck into puts this morning. Um, but you know, then I have to fucking mop up my losses with calls in the midday, right? Just don't, you know. I think the biggest lesson there is if you're going into positions like that are inherently risky, don't over leverage them. You know, like some guy was like lost like 20K on the bounce this morning. You know, that's that shouldn't fucking happen if you don't have like a $2 million portfolio, right? That should never happen. I lost 800, and the whole time I said I'm totally over leveraged. I fell back into old habits. Do it like me and lose 20K in a span of a month. I mean, your position allocation shouldn't be allowing you to lose that much of your portfolio at any given time, right? I decided to hedge my upstart long position as the price has gone up. Currently hedged 400%. Nice. Can you estimate that from skew? To some degree, yeah. Not just volatility skew, right? But like delta skew as well. And the positions generally have to be fairly large for them to have a significant effect. But on larger positions, yes, they're more obvious. Like, everyone doesn't full port into things. No. How do you manage stops or conditional orders on spreads? I mean, the best way to manage spreads is actively. Um, some brokers have conditional orders that you can set on them, and you need to break out your options calculator and figure out the premium relative to where you want to protect your position. Is now a good time to sell a depreciating property? How do you have a depreciating property? My 616 SQQQ 19 put just popped, and the spread is now like 40 cents wide. What mean for a regard? I appreciate the explanation in advance. I don't know. It could be somebody bought or sold that strike very, very heavily. It would have to be a big position on SQQQ. Most of the strikes are really liquid. Holy shit, I almost died. Fuck. Did I miss anything? No. You can't die before Diablo 4 drops tonight. I mean, that I feel like if I died, that would be the least. Well, actually, I wouldn't have any concerns. I choked on my water. Here lies Pi-Fi, lived as he died, getting moist. Weird low volume end of day. Yeah. Strange after such a big sell off. I think the momentum would have at least tried to continue. But I mean, it kind of price action got kind of hung up on the 42.10 calls. Did they boof the market crash? No. Something happened with Dell right around the same time. Does Jimmy also have very low earnings expectations? Have analysts pulled them back? They're pretty low, but higher than they were last year. Estimating 15 cents, negative 15 cents a share, and 1.34 billion in revenue. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was another fun pump. I don't really know what to say about these. I mean, buy out of the money calls where all the gamma is. That seemed to work out pretty well today. And then, you know, never assume that it's going to collapse until it actually does. So, like, I really don't know how to avoid this problem with them. So I had 41.25 calls all the way up till like here. Or 42.25s. I don't know how you avoid the problem of them pulling back and moving higher. Like you're almost gonna always get stopped out on these upsides. I guess the best you can do is just re-enter here. That's kind of the issue with them. I mean, ultimately they were sold at a profit, so it doesn't matter, but it's very hard to time the tops of these pumps because, you know, even when price action looks like it's static and it's done, more of them can roll in, right, and drive the price higher. VIX had a crazy fucking day and then still ended up closing below 15. So, what a way to start the month. TGA 48.5 billion, up 11 from yesterday. All right.
Greg doesn't care about GME anymore. I do. I'm just not very excited about it right now. I mean, it didn't really drop a lot after earnings, which showed not a lot of interest from the short side, right? And then it didn't really move back much higher, right? So our current price, even after, I like that it's illiquid, but I don't trust the liquidity that we're like realizing. I don't trust because we have like a potential move to R2K. And if ETFs are dumping GME, we won't know about it till after the fact. And that's what happened back in December. Jamie Dimon at it again. Yeah, I think the stream's still up and running. Also, if our price action last earnings is only driven by earnings, I'm not nearly as confident in quarter four earning or quarter two earnings being good. Quarter one, sorry, quarter one earnings being good. They are it's historically not a good quarter for GameStop. So thanks for your assessment. What the fuck videos? I love how you've based that on nothing. Active fund pressure, if it gets added to R2K, and then over time, sure. Awesome. Thanks, Mass Spectrometer. Cheers, man. Futures kind of looks like it's breaking down. See if it gets rejected in here. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I got someone else here again. I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow.